Cool, I'm gonna set a new title. I'm gonna try to do like this 24 hours thing. The primary goal, I'd say, is maybe to get done PvP, but it might evolve. Also, why am I echoing? Hold on, it's weird. Oh, I see. Cool. So right now, looks like this. I think it's going to take a while to get all the mechanics because we're going to have this attaches to player, reels them in. And then the rest of it's pretty simple, I guess. And I also wanted to dedicate maybe part of the stream for finding tooling stuff. So that's pretty much it. I'm gonna keep it pretty low key though. I'm not gonna like have like really strict rules and everything. So all right. So right now we have this function that we're basically spawning in. I'm gonna make sure it's still working, but I believe it is. One second. I need to delete my account. Okay, I'm gonna reload on both. Okay, cool. So it's still, let's see. So obviously that's a glitch. I think it generated one more person, unless someone joined, which I kind of doubt. That would be a weird coincidence. Oh, interesting. I don't really see the players moving anymore. So there must be some bug related to that. Some change we made. Let's go ahead and let's first set the server to be local. We're going to test why. always forget the something like this or something. I don't know. Oh, I'm gonna go drink some water. I'll be right back. Oh, it's so close. Just added an extra. All right. Actually, this worked. Interesting. We might just need to redeploy because we recently changed the rules with Firebase. I'm not really sure. Also, if you notice, the new players now actually spawn with their ship, which is something I just did like last minute yesterday. Excuse me. So the next step will be like each thing the player does has to trigger some event in the back end. So connect to the server. If you fire a cannonball, should fly out of where you are. And it should be whatever ship they chose, so we're going to store that too. And we'll try to fix the jankiness with that boat loading. It looks like they vanished for some reason. Oh, it's because I changed the... I see. It's one of these type of errors where you need to trigger an event when a new player joins to load in their model. That's the only thing. Got something in my eye or something. Let's see. One second here. Cool. So let's check now that it's redeployed. I think it should maybe work again. Let's take the shot. Nice. Okay. Interesting that. A little weird. Not really sure. Because I just deployed, so I'm not really sure why I'd have the old code for the boat. Oh, it's probably a caching thing again. It's all right. Well, at least we know it works with the... So let's break this down into steps. So I built this kind of system here. Let's see if it works. Okay, so I get the I haven't tried this with an actual feature yet. So we're going to do our current change to make here. So we're going to implement PvP. We're just going to start with the basic cannon ability. There's going to be changes we need to make both in the API folder we'll need to start storing like where the cannons are. Yeah, so I think that's it. We'll just start with this and see what steps it creates. I just realized this is browser tools stopped working. It's fine for now. And while it's generating, let's just fix the, basically when a player joins, it should trigger a render. There's a bug where we're not loading in the GLB model when the player joins. So on the join event, we need to also load in the pirate chip. I see you can't can't change tabs. It's all right. Keep going. Just gotta wait. Oh, I didn't attach the files. Origins. see what it did here. So I like how it's they thought I said power ship. I don't know what the power ship is. Discard. Cool. Now let's test on the other. Very cool, not yet. I'm kind of wondering if this is the place we would put this code in. Is this the right place for this? Can you find... Now I'm asking, so we want to trigger when a new player joins, we trigger the GLB model to load for them. So we need to move that to the right place. Oh, I just see that it does eventually load the GLB model for the other player, but it doesn't follow them, which is weird. So currently when a player joins the game and you're a player that's currently in the game, the GLB model is not loading very quickly where the other player is. And then when it does load in, it's sometimes loading in the wrong place. Can you take a look at network.js to add other players to scene? try to understand what could be causing the issue. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Let's see what they did for this. Not really sure why we would change this file. That's a pretty smart way to do it. It's just waiting until the loading completes before adding the player to the scene. Oh, does it already work? I kind of thought there'd be some problems. Okay, yeah. So I think I see, so it rendered it, but now it's not hooked to the player. So that's the next step, right? Let me just double check, but pretty sure. That's a good start here. So it's pretty close. Here's the situation. If you are first joining the game, the GeoBia models are going to be set correctly, and it's going to be hooked to the players, and they're moving around, and it works great. If the player was already in the game and a new player joins, then the GeoBia model will render, but it won't move with the player. So somehow it's not locking in on their position. What could be the issue? So same issue. So I'm probably gonna take a look what it tried to do. Get the latest player data. No, that's not it. Can you find in the player base that's responsible for moving the line in the sky that's attached to each player? Where is that? Because my thinking is, okay, the code for this is right, so we just gotta move the GLB with this. So where's the add to chat option here? It's Command K. Can you double check this function? How come it's not moving the other, or moving the GLB with the line? So it's definitely not those three things. Can you try generate a few more ideas what it could be? We know the blue line is moving correctly, so what else could it be? Yeah, let's maybe disable this just to check, but it shouldn't be the issue because it works on one. It's not with the GLB loader because it works if the player joins, then everyone's moving correctly. But if someone joins after they're in the game, then they don't. The GLB model doesn't move. I also need code to like remove it when you leave. Thinks it's still in the loading model thing. I think I'm going to not accept until it explains. Why would the LOD system affect the scenario where a player joins after you? Well, what would be the difference there that would make the LOD system matter? Oh, what? It works now, huh? I had to try it again. Wait, what if I wait for the model to load in before I move? Okay, wait. Now I go. If I load them in both at the same time. Oh, then it works. Okay, so that's interesting. So if you load them in both at the same, interesting. We'll try what they did, I guess. Let's do it. Oh, they're removing a bunch of code for some reason. All right, down to try it. If it works, at least we know it is related to the thing they're saying. They made it yellow? Okay. Oh, it worked. So that's good. I don't know why it's yellow in one and blue in the other. I'll clear my cache in this. I guess I'll double check it's not the same thing where you join at the same time, then it works. I don't think I think I might have loaded him at the same time. Accident. Let's try again. Nope, that works. 100%. I don't really understand what the issue was exactly. I'm going to read what it removed because I did not want to have to figure out later what's missing. So they removed this function. So this right here, update player in all players. Can I ask, why did you remove this update player in all players? Do you just think it's redundant, or why was it removed? Oh, they just moved it to the bottom of the file? All right. One source of bugs, I'm going to make sure that when they did that move, it's actually still the same function. Yep, looks the same to me. Cool. So the next thing is, when a player leaves, it should de-render the GLB. All right, the next step of this is when a player leaves, it should de-render the GLB. Let's maybe add a new function in, or maybe add a new file. No, I think a function. Strange. No, it doesn't work. Weird problem. That's fine for now. Still not really sure why it's yellow in one and blue in another. A little bit mysterious. I notice every time it's blue. Oh, yellow is the other players. Got it, got it. But every time it's blue, then it doesn't work, right? Wait, hold on. No, no, no. No, okay, never mind. Theory was wrong there. So they create a new function here, so let's apply that. Let's see, where's the code? I like to at least check. The only thing is when we load the GLB, we need to make sure to set the player ID, which I don't really see here. If you're unloading the GLB with the player ID, don't you have to also set that in the load? I don't see it currently. That makes a little sense. Nice. All right, cool. I think that might work. Let's try it. I don't know why I have to sign in again, though. It's a little weird. Did someone join, or is it just glitchy? Let me check. I think it's just glitchy, probably. Okay, a little weird. Stop moving the other. Okay, it's working in both. So it seems to sometimes work, which is a little hard to figure out why. So now it's like totally working, I think. When I reload this tab, it's working. Okay, now we'll do the other tab. Go figure, man. Don't really understand it, but it kind of works. I'm just going to close the tab and see if the ship disappears. Nice. Cool. All right, that's pretty good. All right, let's maybe fix our browser tools, MDC, MCP. I always say MDC for some reason. So it should say running appear. I don't remember how to run it. Let me look it up. I think I have this one. I remember there was two. One I needed API key or something. This might have been the one that you need the API key. Let me just check because I cloned it. What is this? Oh, this is where I started. Okay, cool. So I just need to Start it again, I think. Yeah, just got to run this. It kind of looks like it's still running though, right? No, it's done. Okay. Oh. I'm running a shader. I don't know what this is. Cool. Okay, so this is running. Might just need to restart the browser here. Where is it? Oh, here too. Let me see if it's actually still working. I just can't see the, because it's still, oh, see, it's still running here. So let's see if it can grab the console. Can you take a look at the console on the browser? Cool, yeah, it works. It just stopped. Oh, there we go. It just shows up right when you call the functions. So that's cool. I actually didn't really check out all you can do with this too much. Let me see what the functions are. Oh, this would be really good for making like a scraping script or something, I think. Because you could just like ask it to look at the page and I don't know, I'll try that later. But overall, I mean, I don't know. I'll use it. But all right, let's move on to the next thing. So we're loading the players, which is good. I guess the next thing is like when you shoot, you're gonna need to store like that they shot in a direction. And then, yeah, let's ask it actually how to do that. So 1 second. So I'm using my planning template. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to implement the players shooting. We can see their cannonballs. We'll likely need to store where the player just shot. And I'm not really sure, so give some ideas. So that's saying the first step, add cannon event handling. Fire cannon. Yep, that makes sense. So we already have this. Right, you have to do this also in the back end. I think that's what it was saying, because we're doing that in the front end. All right, let's do the execute. I think I'm gonna ask it to correct just one thing. Modify the plan, but remove this part. Cool. So let's just do these 2 steps here, or no, these 3 steps, and then we'll start with our execute template thing. And that's step 1, and then we just gotta attach the files. It should just be these 2, I think. I think there's one other thing I'm going to change though. I'm doing this because the app.py is getting too big. So if we keep adding stuff, eventually we're going to run into the problems we've had in the past. Where it's actually not too bad. I thought it was like at least 1,000 lines, but never mind. But still, I'm going to do it this way, I think. Cool. So it starts step 1 of the plan. Yeah, I use whisper flow. Yep. let's see. So I don't think I made any changes to the app.py, which I kind of wanted to start with, but it's okay. So cannon fired, cannon hit. Yeah, it looks fine. So let me look at step 1 again. Let's see, did we finish this? Okay, let's do step 2 then. Oh, I forgot to do. So you can't just paste it, unfortunately, with this. You have to actually go through and do it this way, which is yeah, let me show you, Eduardo. It's kind of like it's like a pirate game. It's going to be multiplayer. Right now, in the next 24 hours, I'm going to work on the PvP. And if I finish that, I'll work on other things. But yeah, there's a few mechanics here. You got this harpoon, which you can reel in monsters with. And you can also grapple to the islands with it. And yeah, those are the two things. And then you have like a shotgun and this. So those are your 3 abilities. And then you have like a super speed, which just can zoom around. Oh yeah, and there's a bunch of commands. So you can kind of like do interesting things like just fly around. Yeah, I kind of wanted to add, if you guys ever use like Minecraft servers back in the day, I guess they still exist, but there's a bunch of commands. So kind of wanted to add a bunch of ways to control the world and things like that. So there's maybe like a creative mode. So anyway, that's the general idea. There's like way too much stuff to add, but there's also, I wanted to create like clans, so you could create like a group for your friends and invite them and stuff. Cool, it is creating a new file for this, which is good. So I guess we have to sync these because we have this logic in the front end, so we need to. Oh, I see it didn't finish. So I usually just do this, like, can you please finish this file? Usually understands. Oh, what's this? Schedulers. That's weird. Oh, was it already finished? I just thought it didn't finish. Okay. I think that is correct. All right, so now we want to integrate the two files. Okay, so I don't really want it to add that. So why are you adding this API scheduler? I'd prefer not to add that, please. Cool. So is there anything else we need to do? I think we need to set the routes, right? Have we done that? Canon. Can you double check that we've done everything for this part of the plan? I attached the plan, step 2. Did we set the routes so you can call the functions? I mean, call the like canon hit, etc. All right, let's check. how could it be done if it's not integrated with app.py? When is it being called? All right, so I gotta explain it. So this socket to user map, don't worry about this. This is not something that is working yet. It's just a temporary thing. So don't mess with it at all. Cool. I will be right back. I'm going to get another coffee. So 1 second. I'll be back in about a minute. Let's probably fix this error. I'm getting this error in app.py. Okay, that should at least fix the, okay, cool. Fix that error. So currently, is the cannon handler being triggered? How is that happening? Okay, so this actually is working here. The player's reference passed is an empty dictionary, not the actual player. Okay. That makes some sense. Is there any issues with doing this? And Okay, so I guess we should check if it works now. We have the changes. Cannon fired. Let's just start with a log here. Okay, so I do not see this part. That's because we didn't hook it up to cannons.js, which is the part responsible for the firing. So let's get it to do that. So we'd like to make sure that when the player fires in this cannons file, that it triggers this socket event. Why do we need this left and right position thing with the firing of the cannons? Could we just have like a one direction of just where it's going? We just need to attach like the direction that the cannonball is going, right? Can you check in the code base where the logic is for like where the cannonball fires? Because that's what we want to use. We don't want to attach it just forward. I don't think that function is being used, but let's check. Oh, it is. So I guess for the people that joined, we're working on the PvP, but we got to start with sending the canon events. Right now I'm looking for, there's a place where we find where the user's clicking. So I need to attach that with the canon event so that way like we know where it's going. Because right now it's just like just a forward direction, I think. All right, here's, we got it. All right. So target position. So then it goes to on execute, which is that then when we do the create cannonball, and this is where we get the direction. So keep track of that. Oh, I just realized something. I don't even think we're using the canons.js file anymore because we redid this. So that's why it was kind of confusing what it was saying. I was like, what? So instead of what we were doing here, we want to use this file. I want you to create a canon event that using network.js so that way it sends it to the server, the socket event. Use the network.js for reference. Nice, that looks great. So simple, which I can appreciate. Okay. So now we should see the print for the canon. Nice, so it fired the socket, so now we can check, fired the event, now we can check if it got to the right place here. Let me just make sure. So I don't see the print. I assume it's not working. But let me just make sure. So I'm going to go to the references. And I'm going to make sure the print works because we know this is being called here. I just had an instance where they weren't working in another file for some reason. Now restart this. Okay, cool. It is pretty good. So now we just gotta do the canon again. And I believe it's not printing it, which is good because we know something is amiss. Oh no, it does. Great. Let me just do it a bunch, I guess. Make sure. Cool. Perfect. It's a good start, I would say. So the next thing we need to do is make sure these are synced, right? So we have the logic for the front end for how the cannon moves. So I'm going to attach both of these. So what we want to do is we have some logic in the back end for how the cannon moves as well as the front end. We want to make sure these are the same. Actually, what's the right way to do this? Actually, what's the right way to do this? Is it, in general, should you just rely on what the server says, right? You don't actually have logic in the front end for how the cannon moves. Yeah, I think that makes sense. So we have kind of a way it moves, and then you just kind of keep getting it from the socket, I guess. Would it be sufficient just to get just the position of the cannonball as it flies? Like, how should we do it exactly? Can you, like, what exactly are we communicating for where the cannonball should be to the front end? Yeah, this is what I was thinking. Like, what if we do it this way? Send the position, velocity, timestamp, and then we just let the... Can you give me pros and cons of which is the best approach here? Probably the second approach, I think. Okay, let's do approach 2. We need to make some changes, I think. Can you take a look in the Canon shot and network.js and make a step-by-step of what changes we're going to do? Don't code anything yet, just we're going to create a plan. I'm gonna make sure for this I attach the cannon handler too. Why do we need the physics? I mean, we already have that. For this part, why do we need the physics? Because we already have this in the front end. I thought we were just doing the approach 2, where we just basically say where the direction it's going, and that's pretty much it. Cool, I'll be right back. 1 second. Cool. So I think we won't need this part. Broadcast events, position. So we don't need this either. So I'm gonna use our planning stuff. Planning template. So right now we have a socket event that fires when the user fires a cannonball. We want to continue working on this, so the server is going to send a socket event to all of the current clients. It's going to have things like direction, but it's not actually going to do all the physics. That's going to be handled on the front end. So it's going to be the authority on when the cannons fire, not when, how the cannon moves. So we want to implement that change, and then we're going to need all clients to receive the updates. I already said that, I think. So I don't have to say it again. What else is there? So it's like the cannon event fires, right? There's the player hit stuff, but we're not going to do that. That's like the next step, I would say. We're just trying to get the cannon to fire, and then that the other player sees the cannon firing. Once the other player sees the socket cannon event, it should create the animations that are present in the cannon shot.js file. Attach all the files. I guess it. Right. So I kind of made this process a little more mechanical for the people that joined, because they're probably wondering what the heck is this. So I have all these like templates, and the reason I'm doing that is because I was my process was sort of just like shotgun debugging, and now I have actual things I can try to modify to make the generations better. Because before I would just kind of speak into the mic. I still do, but now I actually have these like layouts, and then I go through the planning. If the plan isn't quite right, I do these iterate things. And then once I get the full plan, then I plug it in here and I do the execute. I created these yesterday, so I've tried it a few times though. It can be slower sometimes, right? Because sometimes it can one-shot things, but the times when it doesn't one-shot things take up a lot of time because you got to debug it. You don't even fully understand like what are all the things that it did. So that's the idea behind it. But when you do this planning part of it, you at least get the general steps, and you can modify it before it wastes your time with debugging. So that's why I'm definitely doing the planning now, although it's a little bit less cool, because it's kind of cool when it just creates stuff really quickly. So I noticed in this generation, it actually started to do code. So I'm trying to figure out, did I mess up something, or if, let's see. So it did read this. I guess after a certain point, it forgot the instructions. I think I'm going to add another thing in this top level, which is basically There's one more. Wheels of Valley. Cool, now it's steps. That's good. I'm going to commit that last particular thing. Yeah, go away. Okay, so now what we do is we go through the plan that I made, and we just kind of like, if we need to iterate, we'll use this thing. Okay, that makes some sense. Function be similar. Yep. Reading step 2. Let's read step 1. Update the socket event handler. Modify the right. Create a new function. Where does it modify the app, the canon handler? I don't see that part, so we might need to modify. Do we need to include in the plan to modify the canon handler? There might be some changes there. Can you reprint the plan with any changes? And then once we finish the plan, we use this execute template, which I just plug in with this. So I just copy paste and choose which step, and then go through it, and then verify each step. Nice. Yep. We got it. Because before it wasn't a broadcast. So this is good. Additional player. This should maybe be more specific. Okay, now they changed it to position data, direction, vector, yep. Cool, that makes sense. No, code is back, stop. See, that's why I'm supposed to use the iterate, I guess. Definitely don't include that. Yep, that makes some sense. I would not include this. Logic to check if the cans. Yep, all makes sense. Just a few modifications. So we're going to copy it, put it in our current full plan, and we just need to remove this part. And there was one more thing, which is remove this part. So now we create a new chat, go to the execute part, which we just paste this. Let's make sure the step is correct. Yeah, looks good. I don't know why they insist on the canon position name. Okay, so I'm probably not gonna add that because we already have a canon ID, right? It's like multiple times, like please, no names. It's all right. Supposedly it says it's already done. Let me check. I mean, we still need to do the broadcast. So right now I don't think it's a broadcast. Let's just check though. Oh, it actually already is a broadcast. So I guess maybe that's why we can actually just move on to step 2. And unfortunately I have to, every time I gotta do this, which is for some reason. So I guess for the people that joined, we're currently adding the cannons for multiplayer. And my process is using these template files. So I just usually plan first, and then I go through the steps and then verify the code for each step. Or, yeah, now that we're in execute, is verify the code. So let me make sure the plan is correct before I continue. Yep, cool. Update the cannon fired, so that should be this part. See what it did. I would say that makes some sense. But let's go into the function. So this is the new function I created, I think. Right? No, it actually didn't. Let me see. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it's created this. I think it just abandoned this, right? This doesn't exist. Yeah, this is not a thing. Let's see, why does it struggle? I think we might need to export some functions in the abilities. What files did I attach? Take a look. Maybe these next changes fix. Okay, good. The next changes fix it. So it kind of recognized, hey, now I need to do the actual animations. Retrieve the firing boats. Other players map. I think all that makes sense to me. I think the only thing is this doesn't exist. So we're just gonna remove that. So now I imagine it's going to create the actual, was that part of step 2? Look. Oh, cool. Yeah, I think that's everything in that step. So let's move on to the next one. If there's new people joining, we're just working on the cannons for the multiplayer. So it shows up when one player shoots, that all the other players see the cannon. And we're going step by step, just implementing what we need to do for that. Let me make sure I got the plan correct first before. Yep. Well, that sounds pretty good to me. Let's see if it's working. It's a big change. Let's look. The only thing I don't like about this is I think we already have stuff for animating. So I think. Let's check it. Yeah, see, it's making a new function if I'm understanding. Constant animate. Honestly, though, it's not really that bad because it would be nice to kind of scope the changes anyway. We can always just modify later. But I think, all right, cool. So that's a step 3. Now there's just the last step, which let's check what that was. Step 4 is connect the server and client systems. Okay. It's kind of vague, not really sure. So if you guys are wondering, like, why am I doing it this way with I've noticed as the files get bigger and the code base gets longer, you have to be a little more explicit with everything. So that's why I do this like planning process. says I'm not going to add that because it's not necessary. All right, cool. So it thinks it's done everything. Let's go ahead and just add a bunch of prints, see if it's getting to the right places. If it gets to the remote fireball, or not fireball, cannon shot, then we know that it's getting end-to-end all the stuff. So let's go ahead and... It used to do like auto prints, so you could just press tab, I don't know. All right. Looks like we have an error, not too surprising. Oh, actually that error is not related, so. Strange. Because I've seen this error many times, it never crashes the game. I'm going to rebuild, just check. Okay, I'll clear the cache just to check, and if that's the case, then I guess we'll fix that error that's been there a long time. I might just comment out some stuff actually, just to check. So I'm gonna go in network. The new things we added was basically this, so. So I know it's not that. Oh, we added this import. Circular dependency thing, I guess. Okay, yeah, so it's probably a circular dependency issue. Because we're importing cannon shot, and cannon shot's importing network.js. So. In general, what's the best practice for fixing circular dependency problems in JavaScript? Is it mainly just lazy loading sort of stuff? Okay, I guess we'll do that. One thing though. So with the lazy loading of the imports, doesn't it just delay the problem? How does it actually fix the circular dependency? All right, I guess it works, so let's just do it. Learn about it some other time. But I probably won't. Okay, so let's import it here. And I guess if we do this, it has to be an async function. I'll let it handle that part. So let's go ahead and do this in the handle cannon fired, the lazy loading. Please keep the change really simple. Don't change any existing code. I just want to do the lazy loading of the cannonball. Don't uncomment out anything or anything. Okay, so I guess you do this and then you put all the, okay, that makes sense. Okay, so hopefully it doesn't crash when I fire the cannon. That's great. It doesn't crash. Okay. Cool. Let's see if it actually answers the important function, which we know it would somewhat work if it enters, which is the, I already forgot it, something other player. Remote cannonball. Oh, wow. Yay. It's actually, I'm pretty happy with that. That means it's working end to end. That means it has to be getting to the server and back, and it enters the last function. I guess let's just check if it worked all the way. I kind of doubt it, to be honest with you. But if it did, that would be really quick that we did that. Is this Safari? That was Chrome. All right, so let's go over here and maybe fire. No way. Okay, I'm actually stoked. We just did that first try. It even has the splash and everything. Come on. That's so cool. I'm telling you guys, the plan thing, I think that I might be onto something there with these files, these templates, because it just did this first try, and this is a pretty complex task here. I guess it just fired twice, technically, but that's okay. Yeah, so it just implemented the multiplayer canon stuff first try with the planning templates. All right. The only thing is it fires twice. I guess some of the events it misses, but overall, it's really close. I think there's maybe some throttle or something, because if I wait, yeah. Nice. All right, I'm gonna go get another coffee. I will be back, and we will continue with maybe the damage next. Yeah, 1 second. So I think we have enough evidence to suggest that the past day or so of using this process is actually much better. These templates, the fact that the fact that this worked in one try, judging by the prior week or two, this has made a pretty large difference. I'm going to keep testing it, but overall, I think it's pretty interesting. I want to share it with people because people might find it useful for their projects. So I think I'm going to go ahead and make a quick post about it. I wanted to wait till I knew it worked before making anything. And I think, especially with the last, what we just did, I think that it's good enough that it's definitely improving the process here. So let's start with explaining what it is. So I'm creating a post about a process for development with windsurf or cursor. I use these JSON files, which I'll attach. And I think I'm going to drop the iterate template because you can just do it. You actually can just say, you don't really need the other one. And then I include a top level instructions file. And I want to kind of explain how it works. So I start with the planning, top level instruction. I update the text files here. I'll just type it. Once the plan is complete with no code and it's iterated upon, then we start using the execute template and we go step by step with the top level instructions. As for the post, we want it to be very concise. We don't want any emojis. We want mostly one sentence paragraphs, maybe two, and clearly delineates the sections of the post. And it should be probably total 20 sentences. I guess the question is how to, probably shouldn't be too detailed. So we want to make it a little less detailed. I kind of want like a general overview of it. And then eventually, maybe at the bottom of the post, we'll will share the details if they care about it, but just kind of like the general overview of what it does. And I guess at the beginning there should be some quick, the first sentence should explain. It should be the thesis basically of what we're explaining. Okay, the only thing, modify this a little bit. Let's modify this to basically explain that it speeds up the workflow. There's fewer errors, more one-shot type of stuff, less debugging time. I think that's highlight that, but keep it one sentence. Keep it maybe within 20 words or something. So it shouldn't be very long. It should be pretty simple and concise. Yeah, that's pretty good. Just remove this post. And instead of JSON base, it should just say like a process. Okay, it's too much, like, just, yeah, I mean, this is not. I'm gonna try a Claude for this, actually. Sorry, guys. Okay, that's pretty good. If anyone's joining, and basically we implemented something very quickly using a different approach, and I want to share it. So. Okay, and I'll probably just share one of the files. Oh, and there's one more thing. Probably going to remove the iterate part. Not really necessary. Okay, and then that were refined over a few days. Find I don't even know what to put for that. JSON files have the instructions for the plan. That's probably it. And the type of operation you want to perform, which you modify in the top level instructions. If anyone's joining, there's this process that we have enough evidence that is working well. It did the multiplayer canon within, literally one time. Before I was having a lot of trouble, given the code base has gotten a lot bigger, getting into holes, and I tried to find some mechanical approach. And over the last few days, I think this one's clearly shown to be pretty good. So I'm just sharing. So I need to make a Twitter post. I don't need to, but I am. So right. Using this approach helps me avoid getting, I guess just to explain like what I think it's basically it, right? I mean, there's really nothing else. It's pretty simple. Yeah, I'm just making it worse, actually. All right, whatever. Okay, and then what else? I'll probably just create a separate repo real quick. It's not that big of a deal. Oh, wrong place. probably should make some guide on how to use it, right? I mean, if you just look at the files, I mean, who wants to spend too much time understanding what exactly is going on here? I can make it just a quick video. I just make a quick video and then I speed it up. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I gotta start over. All right, very simple recording. If I click plus, what will it do? Okay. I guess I was going to speed it up, right? I'll probably speed it up by 2. It's quick time I have this. Edit. I guess I'll check. All right. It better not do a watermark. If it does a watermark, it's going to be trouble. Yeah, I think the general idea of this makes sense. But granted, it's kind of hard to see, which is sort of not ideal. But. No watermarks. Come on. All right. Everything has to be a subscription, man. I can stop myself from complaining. All right, whatever. I don't really want it to be like a marketing thing. I'm just trying to share it in a way that's not too cringy. Let's see, I guess put periods. How much am I over? What is it called? This thing again? Vibejam. Manu, are the servers not on? I thought they were. Let me check. But I think you're probably just gonna you're gonna break it, right? I mean, I guess I prefer if you break it. Just send me the like just general idea of what it is, if you don't mind. Also, Manu, was it you that did that skibbity toilet thing on the Discord? I actually thought that was pretty funny. This thing here. I'm gonna check if it's fixed. That's pretty funny. Generate less errors. I don't know where to put that. Nice. Did you send me some? I don't see anything, Manu. If you send me something. All right, let's look at this. Oh yeah, I haven't fixed this yet. But you're talking about the fact that you can get all the database basically. I need to change the rules in Firebase so you're an authenticated user before, and you can only get your self. Granted, I thought it already has that rule for only getting yourself. So I guess feel free to share the query. I guess it just doesn't work, the current rule. It's not just some problem with it. It's not really, I mean, maybe Manu, You see a problem with it? I mean, it's just sort of like you get people's locations and stuff, right? Does it have anything else? I don't think it's. I don't think you can edit it, right? You can only read it. I think. Wait, really? Wait. Oh shoot! Wait, how do you have the password? Let me think. Let me. Did I? So you've logged in, as you're saying. How did you get the password? Is it? Yeah, if you don't mind. Curious. Let me check my repo. DMs. Okay. I guess that means I should blank my screen, right? Nice. Oh, the old DB. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, nice. I guess I can turn that one off. Let me see. I'm not using it anymore. That's cool though. How did you find that? Did I put that in the repo? Oh yeah, it's this one here. I guess I'll just turn it off. But it's good find. I don't know, bro. Tagging time. I'll tag old feet. Why not? That's his name, right? Old feet. Yeah. All right, let me just read it. But I think it's good enough. So then we can start working on our project again. Okay, I think it's good. just an extra thing. Okay. Cool. Back to the project. Oh yeah, you're right. I did leak it again. I guess I would just delete it, considering I just leaked it. So, granted, that's not my actual like password or anything, but on anything else, so it should be okay. I've leaked things so many times. I'm really bad at this security stuff, apparently. Okay. Just delete it, right? I guess I should check that. I think we're good. I think that password isn't for anything else on render. Man who's the resident hacker. So Manu, look, we have it's kind of multiplayer now in the sense that the other player sees your cannonballs. That's a first step. But I think it's throttled, so it only shows if you wait a second. Yeah, the reason why I was doing that Twitter post is because this thing did it in one try. I didn't even, when I was doing this template kind of process, I guess, I just went through the planning and did the execute, and then it worked. I don't think I changed anything. So I think before it definitely would have had quite a few problems if I just said like, hey, implement this. So I'm going to try this maybe on some more things. So maybe let's do the damage next. Well, no, the first thing we'll do is so it doesn't fire twice. It should be a minor thing. Oh, I think I know what it's triggering both the remote cannonball and your own, right? Yeah, see, on this one, it's only one, but this one is two because we're triggering both. Oh, I just realized, did my phone die? Yeah, it did. That's why there's no camera. Give me a second here. Start my phone. All right, cool. So the next thing is when we're firing, it's triggering both the remote and the local fire. Right now, when you're firing the cannon, it's triggering both the local and the remote fire, so it's firing 2 for yourself, 1 for others. Before I do that, though, okay, no, we're good. Hey, Manu, can you try to do that thing that the same thing you did with the other one, where you made the site go to like some YouTube video? I'm curious if it's possible with this. I'm not sure if I sanitized everything. Oh, hey, sorry, I just realized the Twitch chat was not showing. So I've been just reading the YouTube chat. Sorry about that, Yellow Roses. How's it going? Yeah. Honestly, there's usually no one ever watching the Twitch, so, and I just started doing it again. Good to know. I promise you, though, it wasn't super intentional. It's mostly just the generation, I guess, decided to put it there. I honestly should probably be more mindful of stuff like that. I saw this guy on Twitter who he's just getting absolutely attacked, like 100,000 requests, and the server keeps going down. He spent like I think a week working on all this stuff. Then he turned off his I think it was some SaaS website or something. He turned it off because so I probably should care a little more, because that's why we have you, I guess, to attack us. Honestly, though, I think people that do that, they actually, especially in the early stages, it's pretty helpful, because even if your site goes down, it's like, okay, now I need to actually do this now, because eventually you'll need to, no matter what. There's always going to be people that mess with your stuff. So You have some questions. The first one, why don't you use the original cursor? Oh, no, that's fine. So I was using cursor, and they made this update with the Macs, and I really didn't like it. I tried it, and then they removed some stuff. Like they removed the you can't do the longer context, and I can't just choose the thinking model without the Macs. And in my opinion, the Max is worse. So I was like, all right, I gotta switch. And oh, and then the next thing, I couldn't downgrade to the lower minor version. They don't offer the ability to do that. You can only go 0.46. So I was like, okay. So, but windsurf still has this setup where I can just choose the thinking model. So that's why I'm using windsurf. Windsurf, I think it's free for some credits. It is cheaper than Cursor by a bit. I think it's $15 a month as opposed to 20. And I think their agent's a little different. So maybe if you're having some problems with Cursor, maybe you run into some errors, it's worth switching back and forth maybe to see which one can figure it out. But no, it's definitely not free, unfortunately. That'd be nice, like long term. In the next year, coding. I guess keep working on the game and maybe I had like this list of games I wanted to create from when I was a kid, like so for example, Halo custom games. There was a bunch of really cool mini games, and then Minecraft. There was some really cool plugins like Spleef. So my idea is like, okay, it'd be really cool if people can just, you can just go to a website and play it really quickly, as opposed to you got to buy the game, you got to download it, then you got to go to a server that has the game. Same thing with Halo. You got to get people together in order to play these mini games. You got to invite them to your game. It's a whole hassle to play these, and so my idea is to implement all of these mini games. Originally, this boat game was just going to be like kind of like a little test. So, and then I would move on to the mini games. So that's my plan, I guess. And then I guess also the secondary is just to share what I'm doing and learn along with the models, like how to best use them. All right, let's see if this is finished. Yeah, so I don't have a 9 to 5 at the moment, but I totally get what you're saying. It's really hard. I tried to do some projects. I worked at a software company, and it's, because at the end of the day, it's hard to have the motivation to want to do stuff. Um, so I totally relate to that. All right, so where did it put this? Put it in the cannibal thing, I think, right? Yeah, that makes some sense. I see, and it's also modifying this. Okay, I think that makes sense. But I have to test because I'm not really sure. So if I think it's doing it sometimes, right? I think it's fine for now. I think it, you know, I'm actually going to check something. I hear the sound twice in my headset, but if I close this, am I still going to hear it twice? Okay, I am. It's good to know. Oh, but I still have it open over here. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't really have a device for that. I think it's not, you know, it depends on so many things, and also I don't really have the expertise to know like how to do that. So, but I totally get what you're saying. Like that, it'd be really nice to have like a pretty chill, and for myself too, like pretty chill job that I could just like keep working on this like a lot and just you know maybe make you know enough to survive. So I agree that would be really cool. I'm not really sure how to do it though. Right. I'm not really sure that this code worked. Actually, I'm gonna uncomment. Just get rid of it because I don't really want stuff that's not working. Yeah. Okay, there we go. And let's test again. Sorry, I keep testing this. Just need to check if that did anything. Oh yeah, see, it didn't do anything. It's still the same. All right. I think I'm gonna go grab another coffee. I'll be right back. About a minute or so. All right, cool. Let's keep going. I think I'm gonna try again with this two. It should be a pretty simple fix. I mean, let's just think about it for a little bit. I think what it said is right, because you will execute the cannonball and then it will create the network event. But you shouldn't broadcast it to yourself. So when you set broadcast to true in the cannon handler, will that broadcast it to yourself as well? Let's see what it says here. Broadcast to true means the event is sent to all connected. Okay, gotcha. Could we maybe just check the player ID? If the player ID is us, then we don't create the cannonball. Could we change it maybe to that? So basically, like in the network, there's this like you receive the cannon fire event. Just check if it's yourself. If it's yourself, you don't do anything, right? All right, let's check if it did this. Why do we need this in Cannon.js? Can't we just do it in network.js so it doesn't call the execute if it's the same player ID? Oh yeah, so it's just probably, it probably already has logic here. It's just, I think we added player instead of the Firebase identifier there. So let me go to network. Bro. Oh, it's undefined, the player ID. So we just need to set that. Extract data from, oh, so we're not sending it. So we just need to make sure to send it. And it's actually just ID instead of player ID. I have a lot of those types of issues, I think. So ID, wait. Let me just print the data to make sure though. So it has the direction, right? And the position, but not the ID. Nice, it's working. I was hearing a second can shot just because the other tab was open. Cool. So that's great. Let's get rid of these logs. Let's just make sure though, if I try with the other player, that it still works. Didn't break anything. Oh, interesting. Did I break something? Let's check. I reload both, just as a check. Because it was working before, so I'm kind of curious. Why? Oh, see, now it's working. So something... Oh. Let's look at the player ID again. Back the logs. Oh, it's because we didn't change this, right? Okay, nice. That works pretty well. Just make sure on this one. And there's a throttle. That's why it works sometimes and not others, I think. So I have to wait a little bit. Okay. And I'm just going to make sure the change that we just did with the... So if I exit this, I should not hear it twice. Okay. So we should remove the logs again. Okay, let me just check if the throttle, if there actually is a throttle. Is there a throttle on the Canon handler? Because I notice it, if I wait a little bit, then it will fire for the other player, but if I spam it, it doesn't work. All right, let's see if it has a throttle. There's a cooldown. Okay, yeah, let's just set it to be maybe 0.5 instead. Nice. That's pretty smooth. All right, the next thing is do the damage. See if we already have some stuff for that. Here we do. I think we're gonna go with our process here with our planning, iterate files. We're going to be adding the actual damage for the cannon fires. We already have some code there for it in the cannon handler, but we need to implement maybe some stuff in network.js to do this. Please see what we need to do. Step 1. Right, we haven't done that yet. Wait a second. Can you modify the plan to explicitly say that the server should validate that there has been damage? Like the client side might say there's damage, but then it needs to also have some logic for like, okay, that makes sense. But the problem is we're not actually storing the cannonball positions as they fly. Like we're not keeping track of that. Okay, iterating on the above, I'm thinking, so just to ideate a little bit, right now in the server, we're not keeping track of where the cannonballs are as they fly. How do we validate that the user actually did damage the other player? What do you recommend? We probably have to validate it, right? There's nearly on the server. Yeah, we probably have to have some tracking of like where the cannonball went or something. All right, can you modify the plan given this information? We're going to do what you said, which is update cannon positions and server side, but using the existing, we're going to have duplicate logic essentially in the server to simulate where it goes. And what it will do is just calculate where it's going to land, right? And store that. And then we can figure out if based on where it landed, if that would have hit the current player where they are. No, wait, hold on. Yeah, basically, okay, the server can figure out instantly, is this cannonball going to hit the player based on where the cannonball is going to land and where the players currently are, right? There is some flying time, though. But they fly fast enough that, like, I doubt, like, a player, if they're right there moving, they're gonna, well, maybe a little bit, right? Plus, we want to keep it so if we change stuff in the future and for different abilities, that it should work. So. Can we add this to the plan? Basically, we're going to do update cannon positions, and we're going to duplicate the logic for the, essentially duplicate it for what we have in the front end. And we're just going to simulate it, and we're going to simulate the flying of the cannonball. Yeah, right. Okay. And while it's doing that, it's also updating the player positions, so that way we can detect the hit on the server side as well. Does this make sense? Is there any simpler way we can do this? So if we do this simulation thing, why do we even need to report on the client side that there was a hit? Because it's going to figure it out purely on the server side whether there was a hit or not, and then send the events to the clients that there was a hit, right? I think that makes more sense. So step one. So to iterate on this plan, for step one, make sure to include where to find the current client side logic for where the cannonball is, so that way we have the context for generation. All right, cool. Let me read the rest of this though. I only read step one. Step two, server side, implement collision broadcast hit events when collisions are detected. Do the visuals. So for another modification with step 3, we're going to have damage visualization for players for basically every ability. So we need to create a new file called player damage or something. And that's where we're going to do our damage visualization. Cannon shot, we'll call it. And we're going to reuse that for all of our abilities. So make the change to the plan. Let's remove player respawning kind of stuff and health for now. This first part of the plan, this first part is not going to include health or dying. Just the actual taking damage in the sense of like it registers and then there's some visualization. That's as far as we go for now. All right, that's going to be pretty good. Let's read it one more time, but I think we're probably set. Nice. Yeah, I think that all makes sense. So we're going to copy the plan. And go now to the execute. For step 1, I think, let me read what we needed for step 1. This is just this part, but we also need the animations, which is in cannon shot. Okay. I'm just thinking about it again. You know, for every ability, we're going to need to simulate something on the server. Should we have a simulation file rather than I think it makes sense to separate that. So I'm going to change the plan again. So we're going to make another modification to step 1. We're going to create a simulations.py, and this file is going to be a utility file because we have tons of abilities. So there's going to be a lot of different types of simulations to check, you know, on the hit of another player. So, and then we're going to integrate that with the cannon handler. I guess if any new people are here, I'm doing this planning process for the PvP. Right now it fires. We're going to start with the damage. And then we're going to try to, once we get the cannon working, the basic ability, we'll do all the other ones. We have this harpoon ability, which would be like reeling in the player. And then you can shoot him with the shotgun or scatter shot, whatever you want to call it. So let's read the steps again. So creates a new file, simulations. I think all that makes sense. Cool. This is the new plan. We're gonna copy. And then we go to the execute. I think that's it. Because it's just doing the simulation code for step 1. Let's see, and it matches the client side. That's good. The only problem with this that I'm seeing is like, how do you even simulate that? Because each client's going to have different frame rates, so it's going to fly different speeds. Yeah, I'm just realizing. I'm going to go back to the planning step. So I'm just realizing something, which is for our simulation, how could this work? Because each client's going to have different frame rates, therefore different speeds of the cannonball. Should we maybe just do this, the sockets updating the position of the cannonball for all players? instead. That approach might actually work better. But do you see any way around this? How do we avoid this? Yeah, I think that's probably what we should do. Like, that way there's a consistent speed. Oh, with our current code, can you give me a brief overview of option 2? No code, just explain how we would do this with our current files. Oh, we still want it to be smooth, right? The cannonball should be smooth as it goes. So should there still be some simulation logic in the client for how to, what do you recommend? I'm gonna ask Old Feet. He actually might have. Because how far do you go to prevent cheating? Won't this be really choppy though? How do we make it smooth? Like, even if it's every 15 milliseconds update, it's still going to be really like weird. Okay, so you simulate it, and then there's a server validation. But how do you do server validation if everyone has different frame rates and stuff? But I'm still not understanding. How do you do server validation if everyone has different frame rates? What do you do? How do you make sure everyone's moving the cannonball at the same speed? So time-based physics. How do we do that? Oh yeah, that would actually probably work. Right? Times plus equals. I mean, not quite actually. That doesn't work. No. So this one would work, right? Because how often that's being called is determined by the frame rate, right? How often the render is called, the render game loop is determined by their frame rate, which then determines how often this is doing the plus equals. Fixed time step with interpolation. So I tried this earlier, I think it was today or yesterday, and I couldn't quite get it to work. This like frame rate consistency thing. I think I'll probably get back to it maybe some other time. For now, it's just important that we get something kind of functional, and we can go back to try to make it consistent for everyone. So let's get back to the execute part of the plan. I think we're going to go with this way, which is basically client has a simulation, server checks on its end if it's valid hit or not. And maybe there's some like wiggle room, because based on someone's device might be totally different. For now, there'll be just some wiggle room. And then after that, we have to implement a consistent movement of the cannonball based on time instead of frame rate, something like that. So that would be like another thing that we do at some point. I think I might save the code that it did for this part. Okay, and now the execute. I think I'm gonna add one thing to this plan here. I add it here in the check collision. Okay, cool. That'll help with that. Because, you know, it's either we solve the bug later or we just modify the plan. Okay, cool. So for this, it's just a cannon shot, cannon handler, cannon shot, and I think that's it. As far as the food side of things, I think I might have to order some food. That is, because otherwise I'm going to crash out. Pet tie, that's what we're doing. All right. All right, let's see what it did here. So I got a new simulations pie. Yeah, let's go ahead and see what they did here. Updates. So it looks like they are removing some code. So let's just check that. update. I see. So it's actually taking the position. Okay. That makes some sense. And now let's look at the next one. So it looks like all the same until here. And they replace this with this. I think that's it. So now we can run some tests, right? We can see if this is being hit. So I might have to start up the Python again. I don't. Okay. So let's just start with shooting here. Cannon fired. No collision. Okay, yeah, so we see no collision happening. Let's also add a print here to see if it's getting there. Looks like it's never checking for the collisions. Let's see, where's this being called? Oh, I think there's some problem because there should have been an error. So is there a dot here? So I'm gonna restart the Python here. Right. Let's save it. So. All right, let's check the collisions again. Okay, so it didn't detect the collision. Let's look if it's getting to the check collision. It's not. It's getting to the updates. Let's put a print here. I haven't looked at the YouTube in a long time. Okay, good. Yeah, not there. I forgot to let my girlfriend know that I'm doing this. So gotta see if she's cool. All right, let's see if it's at least getting in that update function. Okay, so I think it's never calling this or something. Let's check. Oh yeah, it's never calling this. So. I think we missed a component of this plan. I'm not seeing anywhere that's calling the update cannon positions. So basically we're gonna have to trigger some sort of, I guess, a loop until the cannon has reached its final position. So there has to be some sort of trigger, hopefully to the simulation. I think the simulation should have that code for the loop that essentially creates there. Does that make sense, first of all? What do you think? How should we do this? I want it to be architecturally good and maintainable. All right, let's see if it finished there. Oh, it has a built-in background task. That's cool. And it's canon update loop. Okay, update. Okay, makes sense. Start this function. Yeah, I think that makes sense. So you just got a loop that's always running. So I just think this is good. Oh, I just realized something. I wonder if we can maybe try to sync this. Never mind. That does work. Not even going to explain what I was thinking because. Cool. Now let's try it again. Cool. Well, at least we know it's updating canon positions. Let's get rid of that though. Okay, so now let's go ahead and try to hit each other. I'm going to shoot in some place. Good, no collision. Let's try here. Cool. So not working quite yet. Let's check it out. Let me see if old feet responded to the. No, he did not. Okay, I'm seriously hungry now, actually. Let's see first that's getting in the check cannon. Or check collision. Oh yeah, it's in the other file. Oh, am I disconnected? How come? I make sure I'm using the. Okay, I am. Cool. So we know it's checking collisions, which is a good start. So now it's probably, we know the logic is something to do with the actual simulation. So let's go ahead and print all of this stuff to understand how the simulation is working. I'm just going to ask it to create a print for me. So can you create a print to check all the parameters here? All right, let's see what it did there. So I think I have to restart every time because the hot reloading is not working with the thread for some reason. Nice. Great. Okay. Actually, that's not bad. Hold on a second. So we can verify this, right? Because this is the end of the simulation. And we can go to where it landed and see if we're in that position. So, okay, let's start with there. Landed right here, right? It's not very precise, but... All right, so it's very clear that target... The positioning is like totally off, right? And I mean, that could be for tons of reasons, because we have to actually tune that ourselves, because what's on the game is very different because it's dependent on frame rate. So we have to actually tune where it should land based on what it's saying. And I think to do this, we could implement one command that we were planning to do anyway, which is /tp, and then you'll have the coordinates. Because that'll really help me debug like exactly where it says it landed versus where I am. Cool, so let's do that. Cool, so we're gonna add a new command. We're gonna call it /tp or teleport. And what it's gonna do is you do /tp and then the coordinates in the chat, just like the other commands. And you should be able to specify an XY, or actually I think it's XZ. Right, so it's X and Z. The Y should always just remain what it currently is. And that's it. Let me check that this, yeah, so this is where we have our speed command, so it should be able to just kind of integrate with this. I think it should be pretty simple. There's another thing I forgot to do, which I need to specify. I need to attach the boat. Oh no, it's already in here actually. Okay, never mind. Oh no, I messed up again. You have to make sure to keep it in this format. Okay. Let's make sure it's it looks very similar to the other things. /tp, how is it formatted? Is it comma, separated by commas? No, it's just 2 arguments. Okay, let's try it. So if I do /tp00, it should be the spawn. I need to reload. So I'm gonna move a little bit. Nice. First try. Cool. So that'll help us debug this too. So commit this. Yeah, sure, we'll commit these things and not this yet. So now what we're going to do to test the simulation, we run the simulation, and then based on where it says the final location is, we will teleport to it to verify where it's putting it. Hold on, I'm going to check where my food is, because I'm hungry. Nice. I'm sorry, that was pretty loud. All right. So it says the final location. Well, let me fire first section. So, okay, fire, check collision. This looks like the final location. Target, actually, hold on. What is what in this? So this is the collision check, and the first print is the projectile position. What is the target position? Oh, this is the current player, where the current player is. So first let's verify that that's accurate. So negative 21, negative 11, negative 18. Doesn't look right to me. Hold on, let me run it again. Weird, I'm gonna restart the server. Okay, so it's no longer entering the collision check, so something is different. It's getting here, but it says for player ID, player and players.items. What is this? I'm just gonna ask it to explain because I don't understand that at all, actually. For this logic here, in canon handler, what's this for? Like, why is it players.items? So I guess it's saying there's no, the reason why it's not printing is there's no players connected anymore. So I'm gonna reload and just see what that does. Oh, it's smart. I think if there's only one player connected, it doesn't run this loop. Which, let me test that, but I'm pretty sure that's what's going on. Which is a good thing. Yeah, it doesn't. Okay. Yeah, it makes sense. Okay, so let's now verify our position. It says we're at x63, y z18. So it thinks we're like here, but we're actually like here. Let me check if it's the other player position, actually. Is it getting the... Oh yeah, look at that. I fired with this player, and it thinks I'm this player. So let me test that theory. I'm gonna move over here. Okay, so we're gonna fire with this one. See, I fired with this one, and it's using the coordinates for this one. So it's only using the other player. Oh, I get it. It's checking the collision for the other players. It doesn't put yourself in. Okay, gotcha. That's actually pretty good. Makes a lot of sense. So I like it so far. Now we just got to make sure we got to modify or tune the simulation so it matches like reality here. So, so when I fire with this one, it's going very, very far, right? It's going like, let's just make sure it's going the right direction. So I'm going to teleport using the new command we created, and I'm going to see where we're going. So we're going to, well, first of all, the Y should not move, right? Very much. So that's the first mistake here. It's probably maybe falling through the ground because it's negative. So we're going to go 961 and then 3262. So we are way the heck out somewhere. So let's reduce kind of how far it flies by like a lot. So I need to tune the simulations.py to match reality. Where's like a configuration so I can go through and modify the velocity and all the stuff? Where's that located? Maybe we put it in here. Oh yeah, that's actually like what it is. It's here, right? Let me see what we do with this. Ah, yeah, okay. This is the gravity value. So let's change this to maybe be 1 or 2. Let's try 921. Cannon speed's obviously like way too, so let's make it 2. Okay, let's try that. I'm disconnect. So for some reason it's disconnecting me after a while. So something related to our loop we were creating is crashing the server. I check the log here. Unclear. So I'll just start again. Okay, let's test it again. Looks much better now. We just need to specify that the y should be a short parabola and it ends at 0. Can you specify in the simulations that, or modify it so that way this is a, every ability should basically be like a parabola, and then it should end when y equals like -20 or something. Also, can you verify it should be like an arc, you know, like it's shooting upwards a little bit? Is it doing that? Let me do this again. Wait, hold on. So I fire, yeah, it's going immediately from like 3 down to like -800. So let me modify this maybe to be the gravity just like way lower. Oh, it's every time I make a change, it's starting to disconnect me. Don't really know why it's started doing that. Okay, so let's see what it does now. Oh, that looks pretty good. I think even less though. Like literally 10 times less. And we're gonna have to restart it again, which I guess we'll figure out that later. Nice. Well, it's better, I guess. See, where does it end? Negative. So ends at -166. So let's teleport to that. See if that's roughly right. -87. Oh, nice. That was pretty good. That's actually pretty dang close. Cool. That's a good. I'm gonna go grab my food. So I'll be right back. such an idiot. It's dark coffee too. Fuck. No, spot shot for that. Oh, I didn't realize the mic was on. That's funny. Well, yeah, I spilled coffee everywhere, obviously. Luckily, we got spot shot. Alright, that's actually pretty good. It's not as disastrous as I thought it was going to be. So for the next part of the stream, I'm just going to kind of blank out the screen and eat my food and work a little bit. All right, I'm back. So that's a bomb durian sticky rice. Cool. Let's get back to it. Cool, where were we? Oh yeah, so we just got the simulation kind of working where it's able to predict roughly where it lands. That's all we really need for now. All right, now that we have that, let's try to see if it works, actually, because it might. So when I fire, it should trigger some sort of damage event or something. I'm gonna remove the other prints so I can see it. So I got a print here, and I think one more. I just make sure, because Matt's having some hot reloading things recently. Okay, yeah, I gotta restart the server. So let's see if it printed the, whoa, oh, monsters. Go away. But I'm trying to see if I get this. So collision detected. That's what we're trying to do. So now when I fire, let me see if it's getting closer to the other player. And maybe it's just missing. Oh, I just closed my, sorry. I don't know if anyone's watching, but I spilled coffee everywhere right before I got my food. So now I might have to clean up a tad. Luckily, nothing on the electronics, so good on that. Just checking a few things. I think I'm gonna play some music. Keep it real with you. Going to a food coma. Oh, we got a Discover Weekly tomorrow. That's always cool. Yeah, we'll just stick with Halo. All right, so let me reload here. So what we need to check is, first of all, I think it's going roughly the right direction, but okay, so this player, when I fire, I need to add back the print, man. It's right here. Actually, here. All right, as I was saying, when this one fires over here, why is it not printing? Don't understand. Two players are connected, right? And I save the file. I see. So anytime I make a change, the server disconnects. So let's just fix that because it's kind of getting on my nerves a little bit. Because like I don't want to have to every time I make a print change, I gotta restart the servers. So every time I'm making a print change in simulations or Canon handler, it's disconnecting the server and I have to restart it for the players to be connected. Can you try to figure out what's going on with the hot reloading or whatever is causing this? Oh, I see, right. I'm using just print statements instead of the loggers. So I guess we actually already have it here. Just to make sure it shows, I'll do this. All right, let's see if that works once I restart the server. Nice. All right. I logged too hard. What happened? Oh, what's this? Wait a second. We might have actually entered the collision function, which is, oh, nice. Check it out. That's great. All right, so, well, first of all, is it still running? Actually, it is. But I think the whole thread collapsed for the cannons. We should probably have some backup for that, right? Like if the crashes, just restart the loop or something. Because otherwise the game then just doesn't work. Because we only started on init, that cannon. Oh, that makes a lot of sense, actually. It's crashing, that's why we have to restart every time for the prints. All right, so I'm gonna fire this way, right? No collision. But if I shoot this way, still no collision. What if I shoot this way? Nice, that was a collision. That's pretty dang close, I'd say. I think the only thing is, like, if it's a collision, it should short circuit the simulation code there. So one change we're going to make, when there's a collision, it should short circuit the simulation code because it no longer needs to check where it landed. Actually, I'm not going to worry about that. It doesn't really matter. Not yet. Let's just implement the, now that we have this first step, well, we got to fix this error, but then once we have that working. What is this exactly? Let me look at this. First of all, is this a function? Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. I'm just gonna copy it. I can't even read it. Oh, right, because we're in one thread and we're trying to call another threads stuff. So I assume this is some thread stuff, like we can't call another thread from this thread, something like that. Something to do with the Flask setup here. How do you, is this right, first of all? Oh, right, it's trying to do the emit, which you can't do. Right, that makes sense. Yeah, cool. Will this call just do the same thing in the normal thread? This doesn't change anything. Why do we even use emit then if this is the same? Just a shortcut or? Okay. So let's try that. I'm just gonna see if it works without reloading, or if it, oh, it actually does. All right, what's this? Looks like a new error. Dictionary changed size during iteration. Interesting. It looks like another thread type error. This happens on collision. You have any idea? So we're modifying a dictionary while iterating over it. Yeah. Right. Looks like we're disconnected, so I'm gonna restart the server. Nice. So I got the mechanic collision without an error. Now the only thing is we should try to time it so ends about the same time. Let me see. So it's just like printing way too long, I guess. Because this says 3 seconds. I think it's actually 1 second, though. Let's check. Okay, let's teleport to the coordinates. Well, first let's fire again. Okay, so line it right there. Let's teleport over there. So looks like -20 and then 14, right? Oh, I'm reading it wrong. The collision end is the first one. So it should be 5.65 and then 45. I'll just do 5. Okay. And 45. Okay, so I think we made it end too soon, right? Let me try one more time. Yeah, because it's 11x 67z. Let's try that. Right, so it's just like ending way too soon, I guess. Actually, that's just double the speed, triple the speed. I apologize, but we gotta reload again. Actually, we don't have to reload this change because I think this is... Now we do. Okay, one more time. And I think I'm gonna quadruple it. So we don't have to keep reloading the server. I might fire one more time. Just note the location. So it's like right there. Kind of. A little bit off. Should be like over here, right? Oh, it's in the right direction at least, so. They at least end at the same time. All right, now let's test the collisions a little bit. So I'm going to just experiment with this a little bit. So, okay, click here. Got to restart the server again. Shouldn't have changed anything. Nice. So that worked. That was a collision. That was a collision. That was a collision. No, that wasn't a collision. This was a collision. Okay. That was not a collision. Not a collision. This was a collision. Okay. Sit box is probably a little too small, but pretty close. It's like maybe make it like. I think it was 5.0, right? No? We don't have the hitbox here. This is the hitbox, so let's see where this is. Oh, it's called the blast radius. Okay. Let's just make it maybe 8. Cool. So now let's do the second step of our plan that we created here. Step number 2, and let me check what was step number 2? Server side hit detection. Oh, we actually already did that. That's funny. I thought the bugs that we were fixing were problems with step 1, but it's just we didn't do step 2 yet. So I was going to do that. But it hasn't done this part, right? The send notifications. To check. I think it's it. Oh, right, in simulation. Kind of feeling the food coma. All right. I gotta plug in the laptop. I don't really know what this is changing here. Okay, let me look actually. But I think before we do anything, we can actually commit this because it already has some modular stuff, functionality. So let's apply this. Okay, so I definitely do not want to do this. Well, let me try it one more time. Maybe they're moving it. It's possible. I'll just ask why we're removing this. It's okay. So it says actually right here why. This function is deprecated as server now handles hit detection. Oh, that's right. That's right, actually. Right. Shouldn't have judged it so quickly. Where has my chat gone? How do I add it back? see what else it did. So we tuned this, so we don't want to change this. I don't really care about this at the moment, so I'm gonna comment it out. Well, I know this is working, so I don't really want to change it. What the heck? I still removed something, so let's add this back. So we were already doing that stuff. It worked pretty well. Oh, I see. Now there's two. That's why. So let's go ahead and remove their version. Okay, that makes sense, right? They're broadcasting it to everyone. They're changing it to be shooter ID. Just making sure they didn't change anything about how the actual function works. I think they just, instead of emitting two things, it's just emitting a one. I think that's fine. Cool. I think this is good. Now we can move on to step 3. I guess I should test it before moving on. Okay, something changed. All right, I don't think you use, let's test this. Getting this error, what do you think this is? So broadcast equals true is by default. So if I omit it, it's going to do that. Okay. I remember I ran into this error at the very beginning of the project. I kind of forgot. I can't remember if it worked or not. We'll find out. Oh, I don't see the error anymore, so that's good. Let me check on collision, though. Is there a collision? Oh, there's not a collision. So something changed. This was working a second ago, so it's a good thing we committed. Oh no, it says this. Oh right, I think it changed our comments, right? That's why. Let me check that real quick. I think if I shoot over here, it probably doesn't print that, right? Okay, yeah, so it is colliding. Great. Great. So here it doesn't. Here it doesn't. And over here it does. Cool. Let me try farther away just to see. Cool. There was a collision there. What about if I shoot in the ground? No collision. What if I shoot over here? There wasn't a collision. honestly pretty good. So this is a collision, but this is not a collision. That was not a collision, which is pretty close. What about this? That was a collision. I gotta say, for first try, that's pretty good. Like, just saying. Okay, now it's the step 3 of our file. Nice, looks great. Okay. Sorry, I'm checking something real quick. The client side has the animation. The server validates it. That's basically what we're doing, sort of. Cool. Put on a different song. Okay, let's continue. I think we were doing step 3. Let's see what it did. Oh, it looks like it's in some sort of error loop. was that? Oh, nice. I want to see how many. I want to see how many windsurf credits you got left. Oh, nice. That's pretty good. All right, it always struggles with creating files. It's okay. So effects. Where's our effects? I guess we would always put it in the animations folder. I think it makes sense to start one. It's playing a sound. Why? Oh, it doesn't have it yet. What is this part? Floating text file? Why is it doing that? It's doing stuff that's not on the. I'm gonna ask you to try again because. I think it's because it got stuck in that error loop. It kind of forgot the instructions. Oh, let's see. Why is it getting this error loop again? What's the problem? Just analyzing files, I guess. Wait, that's it? No, there's got to be more than that. What's boat ref? I don't really understand. What's the difference between this one and this one? Why do we have two? It should just be server can't hit, right? Let's see what. Let's look at the pi. It's not here. It's here. We have this one, and then we don't have a. We don't have this one. Don't think. Let's add it. Why not? Honestly. Let's go ahead and add this floating effects thing, creating floating text in the player damage effects. Yeah, it has the position. Nice. Okay, that should work then. It's still generating. Okay. Nice. Let's try it. I assume it's not getting to this event here. Let's print. It should be the other one. This thing's kind of in my way. Hold on. Trying to lean back here. So let's go ahead and hit the other player. I actually got to a place because it's playing the sound. What about the other way though? Oh, did you guys see that? It actually worked. Huh. I guess I don't see it on my screen here, but I see it on the other screen, which is good. The only thing is that, it's processing that at the end of like when it lands. Other than that, pretty good. Let's see if I set it like right there. Still a hit. So I think there's a few things, right? It has to emit immediately upon the hit. Doesn't necessarily need to short circuit the Also, we should figure out some way to smooth the movement a little bit. Cool. That's pretty good, honestly. Let's see if I aim like really high. Yeah, see that it misses. It's interesting how much better Safari runs than Chrome. All right, so let's start with the first issue here. It's only showing on the other. And we'll just get rid of the sound that it's doing. Yeah, that's pretty cool. This was a good idea. We should probably done it earlier. And I think, okay, so hold on a second. For this 24 hours, well, let's call it goals before April 1st, maybe. Yeah, that's super fun. And then it should, like, your battle should be emitted to the other players. You know, I was thinking about, I was generating the other monsters, but I think it'd be more fun to just battle the ships, the different types of ships, and just put a hold in the monster thing. Because that's easy to generate, different ships. I never realized how closely spelled arena and area is. That's not a coincidence. I guess we just look in the cannon handler, look at server cannon hit. Is it... I was looking in, I'm trying to figure out why when a player is hit, it shows the red flash for when they're hit, but not when others are hit for them, if that makes sense. So if I hit another player, I won't see them red, but they'll see themselves turn red. So I'm thinking it's some emitting issue. Is it emitting to yourself, the socket? No, it's actually the opposite. It's not showing it locally, but showing it on the other side of the network. So the network code to work right, but somehow the client side's not getting the event from the server. Like the person who fired the cannon isn't getting it. No, okay. Oh yeah, this is the wait, what? Oh yeah. Why would we have that? Cool. Okay, let's test it. What? This highlights the same player. All right. That's funny. So what's the issue here? I think right now we only keep track of our boat is the problem. Because I just started doing this with the new boat. So we need to have a collection of boats that we keep track of, right? See what I came up with here. Oh, we actually do have other players. Do we have their mesh, though? Oh, we do. Okay, actually might work. Just need to fire the event earlier, but other than that, pretty close. Yeah, so let's just do the next change. So it should be more responsive. We should fire the event immediately instead of waiting till the... So instead of waiting for the simulation to end with the cannonball, we should fire the event immediately when we see there's a collision. How would we go about this? Don't code anything, just show me first. Wait, is my understanding not correct that it's only firing the position after the cannonball's done with the simulation of the cannonball? Like, I thought it was the 1 second and then it will fire. Oh, okay. It's just some latency somehow. But to clarify, is check cannon collisions actually emitting something with the socket? Oh, it does emit. So why is there so much delay then with the... Because it takes... It's usually when the cannonball lands is when the player will turn red. I feel like 50 milliseconds is plenty. I mean, this is fine. Oh, I think I know why. Hold on. The cannonball's probably a little bit slower in the simulation, so it just takes a little bit longer. Let's try that. Let's double it again. Let's make it 100. Just see. This is making a difference. I think it is quicker, right? Looks maybe a little quicker. Hitbox a little weird. But I think honestly this is pretty good. I don't really need to fiddle with it so much. One second, sorry. Oh, it's my actual phone with the... So my phone is the camera, so one second. Hold on, it's my mom, so I'm gonna actually accept it. One sec. Cool. I'm back. I guess I will. 1 second. Cool. Let me fix the camera real quick. Cool. So where we left off was we got the damage stuff set up with the network or the server. So both sides register, which is kind of cool. Cool. Hitbox a little weird, but other than that. And I was also trying to figure out why is it spawns an extra boat in the middle here. Let's make this bigger. Seems like a lot of code for this. Let me read it. Oh, I see. Like if they leave while it's loading in, I guess. All right, I'll keep it for now. Let's try it. I'm gonna undo that. I think the part that I like is this, but I'm not so much of a fan of what this is doing. I'm just testing if I move the camera. Yeah, so even if I move the camera, it's still, that's great. I think we should do a few things. Okay, number one, The names are super small, so I can't even see them. So let's figure that out. Where's it show? Sailor. Can you find where is it showing the user player name above their ship? Is it in the network or somewhere else? So it's a name canvas. Okay, cool. So let's just make this like way bigger. Nice. So just move it up a level. So I'm undefined. Okay, let's just make it maybe 5, 3. I think that was the scale I changed, not the position. That's pretty good. Cool, I'll probably push those changes. Kind of wonder why this one's undefined. I'll try maybe deleting the user accounts. Try again. Trying to think, should I do anything else with the text? Maybe like a box, black box around the name. I think it looks fine though. Disconnected. It's probably because I made a change. I need to. Oh no, it's because I changed this. So even on this version, it's. I think what's happening is it's calling add other player to game for yourself. That's my guess. Yeah, I think that's probably what's happening. My suspicion is that in the add other players to scene function, it's calling it for yourself when you join. It's because that's being triggered by the server. So can you add a check? Basically, if it's yourself, the player data, then you return, and you're not going to render the GLB. Cool. Oh. Well, we know it's not a player, right? Because it doesn't have the. It's not probably not coming from the server. But I mean, we can test this. We just comment this out. No, it definitely would do this if it was this function. Okay, so that's not this. Just look up all the times we loaded GLB. Oh, so it's this, whatever the heck this is. All right, cool. Just remove this. It's the power ship. Oh, did someone else join? Is that what's going on? Or is this? No, it's me. Okay. All right, cool. So we fixed that issue. I want to fix it so there's maybe some texts. See what they came up with here. We don't see it at the moment. Let's size it up a lot. Scale it up like 100. And just 50. For the player damage effects, it's creating this giant red rectangle thing. Can we just make it text so no smoke particles or anything, unless they're really small? I just kind of want to see the number, so maybe comment out the other stuff for now. Oh yeah, whoops. Sorry, I meant the floating text is where we want to make these changes, not the player damage effects. Actually, I'm just gonna start. The font size is 1, so that's why. That's really tiny. I'm just going to set a +5, +10. Can you debug why I don't see the floating text? Right now it's not on the screen. I think that's basically it. If we can accomplish that, I'll be happy. If we get more things, cool, but... Sure, let's try it. And try the Z order thing too. Nice, it worked. Looks pretty good. Could be a little bigger. If we can move it like a little bit away from the ship. Oh, this is the offset position, so let's go ahead and move that to maybe... Oh, I just made it small. Wait a second. Shouldn't it be like... Okay, the next thing is actually add health. So you can die. We're gonna make it so we made it so the users can be hit by other players. Now we're gonna actually have a health system. So we're gonna need to make changes in the back end so the players can die. Just realized my whisper flow is not working. Oh, it did. Okay. So each player will need to have a level of health, and when they die, they should just basically respawn. Because this is something we're going to be using for a lot of different abilities, let's just create a separate file, and we're going to integrate it with, probably to start, just canon handler. I think that's it, right? And network. Yeah, for anyone that's joining, we got some PvP stuff kind of working. Just no health yet, but it actually hitbox a little weird, but other than that. Yeah, like sometimes I think we just need to modify a little bit the simulation, so because like when I click here, actually we can make that change pretty easy. We just have to increase the hitbox a little bit. This should be here. See if it got a good plan. Step 1. So this is an iteration on the plan. Do we need a handle player? In handle player defeat, do we need to have any respawn mechanics? We could probably just do that. Oh no. Yeah, we definitely do. Okay. Probably skip step 4. Let's remove step 4 from this. Actually, let's modify step 4 to just have some basic text that says you were killed or something that pops up. That's basically it. Please reprint the plan with this. All right, let's read through it one more time, make sure it's all good. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Only thing is just remove that bottom part. Okay, let's get to the execute part of the template. I think that's it, right? No, 1 second. Camera's blocking my laptop a little bit. I just realized I'm muted. But basically working on the PvP. Trying to understand when you're far away. I was saying it's given the inputs, it seems to sometimes work if you're far away, but sometimes not. But if you're close, it always works. Cool. Let's see what it generated here. So player data, adding a health. Sounds good to me. Or creating a new file. So I think I'm going to modify this a little bit. Can we not have a schedule respawn? Let's just respawn immediately. Let's keep this change really simple to start. Also no socket to user map stuff. Just keep it really simple. So we don't need to store it. It's doing a little too much stuff. So we don't need to store the health in the database. Keep it really simple. We also don't need to emit any health updates unless it's 0, then it's just the player death. And then we emit the player defeated. Other than that, it looks good. Can you now implement the next step of the, can you now actually, one sec. Last time I remember I implemented part of it, and it was like the next step that we already had. So gotta just make sure that doesn't say it. So yeah, this was what I was about to do. It's already here. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so create a file or new chat. So I'm gonna move this. It's kind of in my way. Let's see, why is it modifying this? That's not part of this. Must have read it wrong. Hold on. Can you double check that the cannon handler actually does the damage logic and everything? Please point me to what it did. I guess I can just read it. They didn't even change cannon handler. Yeah, please re-review cannon handler. It doesn't look like there were changes to accommodate the new player handler .py. Cool. That looks better. Let's make sure nothing is broken. Let me try. I'm trying to read it. Yeah, this song's super annoying. Switch it. Actually, we already ran into this error. This one is the broadcast thing. Just remove the broadcast. Where do you have this? I think this makes sense, this part. Yeah, this is just some styling stuff. Ideally, should probably put in another file, but I already did this. What the heck? I could have sworn we deleted that. How did it come back? So I'm going to put a print here, test it out. Does 100 damage, so 10 shots should be here. 100 health, I mean. I see, I crashed the loop. I need something to restart it. Nice, it kind of worked. Actually hit this. All right. So if that works, then we can check if we're getting in the client. Oh, I forgot to do a critical step. Let me reload it. Looks pretty good to me. Just needs to spawn the player. Didn't quite succeed, but I guess we haven't checked here. Player respawn. Oh no, it got here too. Nice. Okay, everything worked pretty much. It's just we need to, when the player's defeated, we gotta actually move the player ship back to the spawn. Actually, we should move it back to whatever the server said, where the server said to move it after dying. Can you find out which part of the logic here is missing? I guess for anyone joining, we're working on the PvP. So we got most of it, just the spawning stuff, like the dying and then the respawning part. So I see it just kind of short circuits it there. Does it actually wait 3 seconds? If we're not. Okay. All right, so there's 2 steps to this, right? First, you got to remove the ship and the player defeated. So there's 2 steps to this. The first step is we want to remove the GLB model and the player defeated. And you can use the player ID to do that, I think. Yeah, it's the model ID. Oh no, we can get it from here. Cool. So you can use this this part of the code as a reference, but basically when the player is defeated, we should remove their model from the game. I just realized something. I messed up the title. One second. What the hell is an MDC? So much for people finding the video by searching it by MCP. They're probably like, this idiot. MDC? Alright, I changed it. The reason I keep thinking MDC is because of this thing. Java brain. Totally cooked. Let's see if this works. So what is this doing? I don't think this worked because it's got to work for... This would only work for yourself, but we want it to work for everyone else too. So you need to add some stuff like... I showed you the code. I will paste it. Cool, that's worth a shot. Nice. Haha. We can even make it a little kill cam. Ah. Time to switch games. So one minor thing, the screen disappears very quickly for the respawning. Can you make it last the 3 seconds? What's that? Bro, what is removing it? Was it this? Let's not change the flag. Oh, it's got to be this. Why don't we just do it here? All right, unfortunately I broke something, which I need to go figure out why. Before you could see the cannons of the other players. Cool. So that works pretty well. Let's just go back probably to here. So 3 commits. Now we'll see. You could, and it's farther back than that. Let's see if the master can figure it out. So some change I did recently has removed, I no longer can see the cannons from the other players. Can you try to figure it out? I bet you it was this, but it wasn't. So let's go back like 6 commits. Before I do that craziness, let's just clear the cache. Hey Colton, how's it going? I don't know if you're already gone, but we were testing out the browser one today. Browser tools. Tested out Blender the other day. Other than that, that's pretty much it for today. We'll maybe test out a few more. Oh, the Blender MCP is pretty. But you know, they just started making it. So even though it's not great right now, give them a few weeks. The browser tools is also okay. The problem is the time that it takes for it to like read the logs. You could have just copy and pasted the logs. So it's like, okay, I don't know. Not really saving much time. But I feel like there's more things they could add to the browser tools. Like maybe well, actually it might be good for if you're doing some scraping stuff, because it can check the HTML and stuff for you. Oh, so I think you're talking about one of these thinking MCPs, right? I actually haven't tried these yet. What was it called, man? It's like segment or something? I don't know if you can let me know if you remember. I do know your job. You're saying that you're using maybe like one of these MCP tools that does the analysis of like the planning and the thinking. Oh, sequential, right? Yeah, there it is. I should try this. Oh, I already bookmarked it. Maybe not right at this second, but maybe after I finish the PvP. Yeah, I'll try the sequential MCP today. I think that's a good idea. Yeah, let me know what you think. Feel free to let me know if you find any others too. Be happy to try to make the workflow better. Yeah, so it's still not appearing here, so okay. We're gonna have to backtrack. So we're gonna go six commits. I think it should definitely work by then. Really? So it's even farther back. Where else could it be? Oh, you know what? It could be maybe something to do with this. Let me check real quick. Yeah, so let's jump back to this commit here. Still no? Huh. All right, even farther back. What else could it be? Yeah, I know it was working here, right? So let's just go 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 more. Nice. All right, cool. So we know it's working here. This is when I had the large cooldown. So it was between 6 and 9. 9 and, actually 9 and 13. So this is 13. So it's one of these 4. It's definitely not this one because this is just the commands. This is just changing the cooldown, and I know it worked here. So it's got to be this commit. Something we did here broke the seeing the cannons. So if you guys want to see something, Colton, this is a new process I've been doing that's been really good. I don't know, you guys maybe have already doing something like this, but I start with these like planning files, and I plug it in. So okay, so for example, let's say you're trying to create a new feature or something. I'll paste this into a new chat, and don't change anything here, but then I'll just make a change to this text file that will say what types of changes I want to do. It's actually this one. It'll create a plan, step by step without code. You verify the plan, and then you copy paste this, and you go through step by step. So it's basically like a more mechanical process. It's been working really well for me today. I did all the PvP today because of it. There was always so many errors before. So it's just kind of like more of a planning than execute approach to it. So I don't know if that's maybe something you guys are already doing. I may be a little bit too hasty, especially, I just want to see if I can get it done, but all right, the only thing that I think could be potentially doing something, this cannon fired thing. That's the only thing that's like modifying. Let me go ahead and try to move that, or change it to just emit. The reason I say that is because I remember early on in the project we did that, and I remember something about it mattered. So I think maybe, just can't really remember exactly. Oh, yeah, see, look, we changed it to socket.io emit, but we didn't remove the broadcast, which is doesn't work. For some reason, you can't. So let's reload that. And now we should be able to see the canyons. And with that, that is kind of actually the last... Oh, no, there's one more thing. And then we're done with the basic PvP kind of prototype, I would say. When the player dies, they just need to respawn. That's kind of the last... And maybe some tuning. Oh, I got some message. Hey, Dad Burton, will you be able to rate my game? Sure. Feel free to send it. Shapecraft. Did you play Minecraft? Was that the... I remember everything is... All the servers and stuff are named craft at the end, so... There's a cool SDK if you want to make Minecraft kind of stuff. I saw on Twitter. I personally am not going to use it because you can't host it yourself. You have to host it through them if you use their SDK. But if they made it a little more open, like, I might use it. Looks kind of fun. So you can make Minecraft type games really quickly. All right, let's just make sure that worked though. I have to change this part. Cool, yeah, I used to own a Minecraft server too, but it was a long time ago. I think, oh yeah, 12 years ago. That's crazy. I guess that's not really... It does feel like a long time, actually. So let's make sure. Have a good feeling. Oh, still working. Interesting. What else could it be? Let's take a look. Let's check all the broadcasts. I may remove this just to test curiosity. Yes, a long time ago. Check out this, I'm making this game so it has a bunch of MC type of commands too. The plan is to have like tons of them. Like just copy all the essentials, plugin stuff, you know, and try to do like /auction. There's a chat here, so you could like, I'm basically just gonna make very similar stuff. And in this game, it's gonna be like you can do /clan create, which is basically gonna be like factions kind of stuff. You can claim territory. That's the idea. Yeah, feel free to send me your game. I'll check it out. So I'm gonna put a log. I'll put it here. Let's see, what function is this in? Handle cannon fire. So we know this commit caused issues. One thing, let's make sure there's no errors when I fire. All right. Well, I'm gonna go get a coffee, but I will be back. I'll fix this problem. All right, cool. So let's get back to it. We're trying to fix a problem that we broke a bit back. We know where we broke it. Just got to find what specifically. I guess that should be more like that, right? All right. I'll do a unified. Then I can quickly. What does that look like? Because what we want to do is paste the diff, right? Oh, nice. I think it has the plus and minuses, right? Here's the diff of the commit that broke our canon, like other players being able to see other players' canon. Can't. Oh my gosh, that was horrible. Here's the diff of the commit that broke the fact that you can't see other players' cannons. But I thought socket.io can't have socket.io.mit can't have broadcast equals true. See, that's what I thought it was. That's what I changed. See, I changed it back to this, which is what we had before, right? Just make, double check. I guess we just had a mit. I'm just going to do exactly what it was before. And then we'll debug it from there, because a little mysterious. Why do you think I changed it from socket.io.emit to just, or from emit to socket.io.emit? I don't think it's being called in a new thread, right? I already went to college. I'm sort of just chilling. I worked for about 3 years, not super long, as a software developer, and now I'm kind of doing my own thing. It's so weird. There's no error, right? Oh, there is errors. What is this? Token expired. That's fine. What's it like? It's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, but there's so many different types of jobs, so it's hard to know. It depends what you're doing. Some people work at games. Some people work on some people work on rockets, B2B, SaaS, so all sorts of different things. Every company's a little different. There's some similarities, but mm, yeah. I think the similarities are that pretty much all of them have like this ticket kind of system. where it's like you're assigned a bunch of tickets, and each week, like most of them are using this agile thing, which is like every 2 weeks you have this sprint, complete all the tickets. It's kind of a workflow thing, I guess. So each ticket will be like a bug or some security thing or like some feature. That's usually how it is. Overall, it's pretty chill, I think. I worked at Salesforce and Expedia. Let's just make sure when we fire that it hits this part right here. Just a sanity check. Am I disconnected or? I just realized something. Oh my god. I've done it so many times. No. I waste time because I forget to change this. And then I'm like, why doesn't it work? Oh, it doesn't actually point to the right place. All right, this should work. Nice. All right, let's commit that. Oh, nice, cool. Yeah, what's your plans, Shadecraft? Are you working on microserver still? I remember that was fun back then. I don't know what it's like now. So we're gonna do the last thing with PvP for this prototype, which is that. Hold on, let me reload. Is that when the player dies, they should respawn in 3 seconds. It's so laggy. All right, I think I actually have to fix this problem here. What is this about? Let me check. Somehow my token expired. Don't really know. I think it's time limit. Before I bother with that, let me just make sure it's not working here. Then we know for sure that it's broken. So a ton of my NAS. We're kind of cool. Nice. Yeah, sounds fun. Hey, would you mind joining this real quick? This is the site. You can just enter like just some random thing for the username and password. You don't need to actually set anything. I just want to try the PvP. Right now you don't respawn if you die. That's pretty much, you know, the last part. But I just want to try another person, if you don't mind. That's alright, if not though. Just, I'm gonna keep working on it anyways. While I can actually put it in the Discord. Actually, that reminds me, feel free to add me on Discord, I guess. Because I have there's like a server for this if you want to join. Wait, was that you? No, that was me. Okay. Wait. Oh, nice. You joined. Cool. Let's try it out. Are you frozen or something? Yeah, if you're on mobile, yeah, I don't think it's gonna work at the moment. Or Brave browser. Apparently it doesn't work there either. Okay, yeah, I assume you just kind of like lagged out, right? You try to join. Feel free to let me know like what device it is, because then I can understand like which things it's working on. Hmm. Oh, actually, not working for me. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, this is not very well optimized, this game at the moment, because we added a bunch of like models and stuff. So probably there's a lot we can do to make it run better, I think. I just post in the. I'll add you to the server. Put on the list though to maybe work on optimization later, so you can try it out, and other people. Cool. All right. So I just gotta make it so they actually respawn instead of. I just make sure I change this, because. Okay, we did. So no print here. Let's check. What is it? Command-Shift-C? Nice. Okay, we did get a player respond here, but it didn't send it here. Or if it definitely did, actually, it's just probably doing a check. Yeah, right here, which doesn't really make sense. So in this part of the code in the file, we want some code to spawn yourself, right? Because now that we got a call from the network to spawn in the player, we want to, we're going to get it ourselves. So we want to load in our GLB again. So we want to trigger that. Try to figure out the simplest way to do that without too much code. Cool, do you mind if I play this on the stream, I guess? Cool. Looks cool. Like the art. Did you AI this art? Gemini or something? Oh, wow, this is pretty cool. Oh, this is really neat, actually. I like it. Are you doing a similar thing to Agar where you got like kind of some bots that look like players? It's a pretty smart way to do it. I like it. It's pretty cool art style. And I guess the leaderboard is like how many coins you collect, right? I want to find another ship. Kenny.nl? I haven't heard of that. Let me look. Oh, is that right? The URL here? Kenny.nl. I haven't heard of that domain before. Really? Kenny.nl. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's dope. Bookmark this. Oh, nice. I got some 3D stuff. Oh, this is really cool. I kind of wanted to build a tower defense game too. Are you using cursor to make this game too? Or did you do it before those times? I think he's just an obstacle, right? Can't defeat the Navy. It's pretty cool, man. I like it. And thanks for showing me this Kenny site. I guess for the people joining, if anyone wants to jump on this to try the PvP. Oh. Probably don't need a player ref, so it's a little suspicious. What else are they doing? Instead of the player ref, couldn't you just use the boat ref? The way to do this, shouldn't you just be... That's actually kind of fun. All right, cool. Oh, you're using Manus? That's interesting. Wait, is Manus out? Cool. How we kill each other. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, man. I got my little video too. Doesn't, right? I'll just keep it simple. That's funny. Obviously, the hitbox is a little weird sometimes. I'll be back. I'm gonna get some water. I probably should. I'll just drink coffee forever. Someone said something really nice to me on Twitter. Yay. Happy. All right. So let's make it so they respond, which I think we already have code for. Sorry, I'm kind of distracted at the moment, but one moment. All right. Why is Safari so laggy? It's probably because I have two open, right? Wait, it's literally the dev console. What? This is just the prints? Can handle this, but can't handle the prints. That's crazy. Huh. So change I did must have... and respawn. So it's just hitting this, right, instantly. So let's check why. So we might be getting this event instantly, I would guess.
So let's see if that's true. Yeah, see, I got it instantly. So on the back end, there has to be some delay, or just like a few seconds, and that should fix that. Oh, am I back? Ah, I'm back. Okay, well that's good. So I noticed the player respawn event fired instantly. So from the back end, can you double check the code? Are we delaying a few seconds before calling or firing the respawn event? Excuse me. It should be in player handler, I think. Why are they doing this? Go away. Okay, that makes some sense. Let's try it. I think almost there, halfway point for that. I gotta restart the server. My girlfriend might be logging on soon to fight. Fight in the game. Not in real life, hopefully. Why is there 3 people? Weird. I don't know why the frame rate is just like... That's also the hitboxes, I think. So it triggered the screen twice. Oh, I mean, we see an error here, so it's probably just that. So the first thing, yeah, it's spawning twice, but what is the scene ref issue? Just remove that. But here's the thing, right? I don't think we need this if statement because it's already been removed. I guess we can have an extra check here, sanity check. Hey, nice. I don't know what else is happening with the, but at least it spawned the model. I can, oh. Really weird. All right, so at least it spawned the model. Let's see what else. Spawn in the right position. So this right here should be 0, 0, 0, right? That's where they respawn. At some point, that should be from the server, they tell us, but it's fine. Can you just make this position 0, 0, 0? Because we want them to just spawn back at the spawning area. Also, how do we hook the boat back up to the controls again once they respawn? I don't really know. Good old stress test. That may work. Let's try it. I got a lot of tabs, so let me just, I might be messing with it. Let's see, why isn't it working? Oh, I know what happened. This crashed. I gotta figure out a... Once we do the spawning, we'll do that next. See, all I changed is the spawn. What else? Oh my gosh. That's the second time, bro. Spilt the coffee. Jeez. Alright. Run out of spot shot. Alright, I'm gonna go get some more spot shot. I'll be right back. Shit. Just one section of my room will be brown at the end of this. I'm gonna discard and just see if that fixed it, because for some reason it didn't respond the boats. Okay, it was 2 problems. So we can add this back. This would fix that. Okay, so now we need to add back the thing that we did here. What was that? Okay. Let's just start with this. Oh, I know what happened. If you change this, you're gonna have to change the camera as well to go back to the spawning area. There's one last thing. So in camera controls, can you expose a function that's like reset camera? And it will reset it to the default location for player join. Wait, is that already a function? Oh, it's already got it. Okay. Oh, we got the error that keeps crashing the loop. Let me think here for a moment. Well, I want to fix the crashing thing first, even though we're close to done with it. So after a while of the server running and shooting the cannon, eventually the thread with the cannon loop crashes just after a while. And then we have to restart the server for the PvP to work again. Do you know, can we make this more robust somehow? How do, like, do we need to, what do we need to do? I didn't really see any errors related to the cannon thread. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Can we do this? Can we do this with as minimal change as possible? So just keep it really simple. You know, if there's an exception, just restart it. All right, so I think I'm going to use our planning doc for this because I think the responding is proving. Here's the task. We currently want to implement responding when the player dies. There is some logic there already, but it's not designed in a very good way. We want to clean this up and make sure that there's like a central place for the logic to spawn a player rather than duplicated logic in various places. And also right now the camera is not currently Please don't uncomment. So I uncommented a lot of stuff out for a reason. So just re-implement, remove the uncommented stuff. I'm actually going to let it uncomment out, whatever. I can always comment it out again. I gotta order some Spot Shot because I keep spilling coffee everywhere. There we go. Get some milk, man, for my coffee. All right, I think that's it. God, I'm like just a little bit away from free delivery, but I don't want anything. Get some peanut butter. Actually, I don't need that. I give up. There's nothing else to order. All right, just I'm not gonna buy peanut butter. Let's see what generated here. Do we not start the execute? It's too distracted. I gotta make sure to do something. Hold on. I'm gonna set an alarm. I'm gonna forget. So I'm gonna set a clock for 1 hour. All right, we got some stuff. Am I muted? I'm always muted for some reason. All right, cool. So let's try what it's done. This is step 1, which is the most important step, I would say. So we don't need to worry about this thing. This is very strange. Do we even have a custom event? Hey. This is really bad, this generation, so let's discard. I'm afraid we're running into some limitations because this file is so big. This is reminding me of the past. And it's usually around this time. So we're going to need to do some refactor. So let's go back to the planning. We know what the pitfalls are, so with refactors. And I'm going to save this because it has our instructions for once we're done refactoring. I pasted it, but where'd it go? Paste. All right, we're currently going to attempt the refactor of network.js. Please start with a plan. We're going to, what function should belong to what file, make it logical, and make a file that's going to be kind of the integration of all these files together. That will be the new network.js, will be the integration of all the networking functions. You could call it the network manager. Let's see, why is the server not connecting? Did I push the thing with the local host again?